Good morning, everyone. I have the feeling that all you have slept very well tonight after spending some time in Vilnius Old City. So I would like to welcome you all at the National Agency for Education. And today we will work together with my colleagues, with my team. So if you will have any questions, please do not hesitate and ask them. I would like to introduce my young colleague Justas Paulikas, who will be the moderator of this event as well. My deputy assistant Asta Ranonytė, Inga Nekrošienė, the vice director of the Department of Support. And of course, Valdemaras Navaslavskis, he is our technical support, and few guys you have met downstairs when you just came in this morning. On the main door, you can see the password of Wi-Fi, and you can use it. And there's more actual information. Maybe you have found toilets are in the end of the corridor. You will find them. And at the same corridor, we'll have a coffee break as well. And during our workshops, we'll use this hall, the corridor, and another one hall on the second floor. It's a pity that there is a fog and you cannot observe all the beautiful view of Vilnius Old City, but I hope that after a few hours, everything will change and you will have the possibility to look around. So, a few words about what we are doing here as the National Agency for Education. We are quite new organization. We have celebrated only 2 years this year, but former there were 6 different organizations who worked on the field of education. So at the moment, our mission is to take part in implementation of the state preschool, pre-primary, and general educational policies, include education institutions, only except for higher education institutions and other education providers, to ensure quality of education by providing informal, informational, counseling, qualification, improvement, and self-education environment building assistance. We are conducting education monitoring and education research, developing education content, and coordinating its implementation. So we are working more with the policymakers. We are working with the Ministry of Education, and we are working a lot of stakeholders, and of course, through schools, through teachers, through school principals, we are reaching every student. So we are very happy to welcome parents here, because it's also a very important part which is interested in education and is worrying about the future of our children's education. And now I'm very happy to announce that we have a special guest, and I would like to invite to say a welcoming speech, Ieva Kačinskaitė Urbonienė, who is the member of Education and Science Committee in Lithuanian Parliament, Seimas. So please welcome. Good morning, everyone. Just one moment and take the microphone, and can you stay per viduriuką? Here, in front of the camera.
May I ask you not to wear my mask while I was speaking, okay? Very nice morning, early morning at the weekend, and it is nice to be here and to feel so friendly atmosphere and in this beautiful and very nice agency who we are working together. Yesterday I was thinking what I want to say, and I wrote some words, and may I ask you to read them. Dear ladies and gentlemen, today it is a real honor to be invited here to speak as a member of Lithuania Parliament, working in the Education Committee, and also as a mother of 3 children between the ages of 4 and 8. Thank you for this opportunity, invitation, and feel very welcome here in Lithuania and in Vilnius. As far as back as I remember it has always been important for me to participate in school social life since I was a student, and then I am a mother. Also contribute to projects related to children, raising parents' awareness of children, physical activity, emotional upbringing, and especially nutrition. Now, as MP, I see a lot of space where we have something to share in Lithuania, and also several challenges, what we have to learn from others. Today, I would like to briefly describe the situation and raise a question that you may find the answers at this conference. According to the Department of Statistics, in Lithuania, we have about 80% children of our population. UNICEF says children are a crucial source of future economic growth. Ongoing debates, discussion of law, and conference also proved the significance and importance of this part of society in the world and Lithuania. Children must have rights such as the right to education, the right to health, the right to a normal childhood and adolescence. Also, children have the right to education regardless of who they are, where they live, or how much money their family has. It is what we can and must give to them. The family is primary and first school for children. Here the fundamental values are introduced. The culture, traditions, language, love, and respect of those around us and our country are passed on. Good parent-child relationships help promote children's learning, development, and well-being. Research shows that when parents are involved in their children's education, children are more likely to be more connected in the learning process, spend more time in school, have better social skills, and achieve better learning outcomes. It also means long-term economic and social benefits for states. Today, parents are often preoccupied with careers and spend less and less time with their children. Experts advise us to spend at least 3 hours a day with their children, but many spend only about an hour. Lack of quality time in family can encourage children to use some not very good materials as drugs and spend a lot of time on the computer. In addition, it does not create an appropriate image of the family. Of course, we also need to pay more attention to children with disabilities. Currently, there are almost 16,000 disabled children in Lithuania. Inclusive education of the disabled exists only in theory, I think so. In practice, schools' principals do not want pupils with disabilities. Therefore, it's still difficult for children with disabilities to seek education in some states as well as in Lithuania, even in the big cities. All-day schools are being set up to help parents of such people. Research on efficiency of this type of schools reveals the safety and care of children. It also creates opportunities to better meet the needs of pupils and have a positive impact on social life and mutual understanding for all children, including disabled. All these schools gradually appear in separate municipalities in Lithuania. In Parliament, there is a draft law that we are considering to implement, such as a model throughout Lithuania. In the education system, children and parents need to work closely to provide the foundation for independent living and to help continuously improve their skills. Parents in Lithuania may educate their children in a family. By choosing this way of learning, parents are happy that their children's motivation to learn has increased and children have become more independent and calmer. No matter which way of learning parents will choose, it is important to develop such critical qualities as curiosity, creativity, courage, and kindness. Not only schools, but also activities in cultural centers and youth organizations can contribute to development of these qualities. Various activities teach children to respect and accept different people's thoughts and create a positive interpersonal connection. However, only 35% in Lithuania, I guess, children has this possibility. Therefore, besides the traditional learning process, it is important not to forget to start creating innovations in education of children. But I would like to go back to the very beginning, the preparation to be a parent. In Lithuania, we pay very little attention to this. From time to time, pregnant women have, health checks, but emotional preparation courses are held only among conscious and wealthier parents who privately choose additional non-formal learning. That is why we still have challenges with some kind of unwelcome parenting. However, how can an adult who did not have a good example and has not the opportunity of learning to pass on some pleasant experience to the children? I hope that this conference will not only share thoughts about those parents who are creative and motivated, but also would encourage greater involvement of those parents who had fewer opportunities and no basis for identifying and even wanting to identify themselves as creative personalities. This is very important so that all children, regardless of their social status, can receive a quality education and upbringing. I strongly believe that in this way we can create a better education and a better life in our countries. This is my hope and wishes to your conference, and I would like to participate a little bit and to listen your thoughts about this very important theme as creativity in education, and also your as a parents resources to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for welcoming and encouraging speech. I think that's why so many parents from different European countries are here today in Vilnius, and we are talking not only about the creativity, it's one of the competences or possibilities to change the world, but about other things as well. And now, as we have a hybrid learning usually at schools, we have also the possibility to connect with the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Education, Science and Sports, Ramūnas Skaudžius. So please, the stage is yours.
Hello everyone, dear guests, organizers, participants, people who care about children education. Thank you for the opportunity to attend this event today. I will be rather short because I think really the parent's voice is the one which is important. We wish to hear your opinion, your idea. Today education is more important than ever because education determines the future and opportunities of children in a changing world. In a world the borders are disappearing together, but at the same time, opportunities are opening up all over the world. I'm also here today remotely from London, and it's super easy. They're saying in Lithuania that you will not choose your parents, but the parents are the one who determine the direction of the child's education. Namely, the parents must be part of the education at school. Once again, I welcome all the participants in this day's assembly. I know this is the second day for you. I wish for you productivity, ideas, and determination to implement them. So enjoy Lithuania, enjoy this assembly, and all the best for you.
Thank you very much. And we wish our Vice Minister to have great time this weekend as well. So let's start to work. In the world which is changing rapidly, we always need to find new ways to stay creative. For that, we need to reconnect to Creator inside of us. That and many more things will be explained by Johannes Mengel, who is an artist, educator, and speaker. He's the author of educational program Game of Life. As an artist, he creates short stories, poems, music, and is the author of several best-selling magic tricks. So the stage is yours. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you for inviting me back to speak to your organization. I was very glad when I got the invitation, and I'm excited to share my talk with you. My take on the theme of the conference, Creative Parents, a resource for the future of education, is going to be probably a little bit different than you might have expected. Or I don't know, you did invite me back the second time, so maybe a little bit different is exactly what you want and expect. I'm going to approach this topic from a broader perspective. If we look at the definition of creativity as the ability to create, then in that sense, it's not like some parents are creative and others are not. We all have the ability to create. We all are creators. We all are creating with every decision we make. And our most important creation is ourselves. How we are shaping our character. Because this determines everything else we do and create. And as I see it, education, parents are not a resource for the future of education. They are already active participants in the education of their children. But the question is, what are they teaching? Parents have a massive influence on their children by being a role model with their character, with their way of life. But what are we teaching with our behavior, with our character? Are we participating in this role consciously? And what should parents teach or role model? What is the point of education? Of course, every parent wants their children to be happy, live a fulfilling life. But what does it take to live a fulfilling life? Again, if we look at the definition of fulfilling, making someone happy or satisfied because of fully developing their character or abilities, then by definition, fulfilling life experience comes from when we fully develop our character. It comes from realizing our potential in life, being able to step into our greatness and then express it in the world. And I'm sure every parent wants this for their children. They want their children to be the best they can be, to realize their potential in life, being able to grow into their greatness. And if this is what parents want for their children, then this is what we need to role model ourselves. And share it and teach it, not from a place of superiority, but from a place of service. The point is not to be smart and know all the answers. The point is to involve children into this process and be on this journey together. The journey of becoming the greatest versions of ourselves. Harvard professor Daniel Dusteson has said, we must acknowledge that the most important thing, indeed the only thing we have to offer our students is ourselves. Everything else they can read in a book. The role of a parent is to be a positive role model. A quick question for parents. If your character, your life would be put down into a book, then would it be a good book? And why am I asking this? Because we know children read their parents like a book. So don't we want our children to read good books? And in my speech, I will share my ideas how to become that good book, how to be a positive role model. I will share a playful approach to unleash the conscious creator in us so that our most important creation, our own character, could be consciously shaped so that it would be worthy of role modeling. And first, I would like to share 2 stories and illustrate 2 points. First is that we don't have to be perfect role models, but honest. And honestly and openly share the journey, the process, how we are working on ourselves, trying to grow into our greatness. My friend recently had a conversation with his daughter. I can't really call it a conversation because my friend, the dad, was doing all the talking, trying to solve a problem, an issue that was up. And he was explaining how things should be and how things should be solved and so on, but nothing got across. The daughter was closed in silence, saying nothing, like there was a wall between them. And then my friend, instead of trying to reach her, tried to reach himself. He started paying attention what is actually going inside of him. What is he actually feeling? And he noticed that he feels that he's failing to be a good dad. He's failing to be and do the things he actually wants to be and do, how he wants to make her daughter feel. And he started to share this instead. And when he opened up, the daughter opened up, and they had a really good heart-to-heart conversation. And in the end, when they hugged each other, then, after a while there comes a point where you break up the hug, and my friend wanted to break up the hug, but the daughter was still holding on to him, to his dear dad. And I think this is a beautiful example that we don't have to be perfect role models, but honest. And what happened in this situation is that when my friend shared that he feels that he's failing to be a good dad, then by sharing it, he actually became one. By sharing that he is failing to be a good role model, he actually became one. And what did he teach in this situation? Stepping down from the throne of authority, righteousness, superiority, moving from ego to the heart, honesty, openness, humility, the courage to show yourself vulnerable, the importance of connecting to your deeper underlying values and intentions, courage to share your true feelings. And he taught all of these things not by lecturing, but through his behavior, by his example. And role modeling isn't something to be done or practiced only in front of the children. It cannot be an act. In the end, it all comes down to who we are. But this theme of becoming the greatest versions of ourselves and realizing our full potential is very wide. And I would like to share what I think is one of the most important aspects in this to focus on. I had an anniversary with my fiancée coming up. I was away from home for a few days, preparing a gift, a surprise for her. And when I went back home, it came out that she had a surprise for me as well. I was in the kitchen cooking dinner for us. She was sitting behind me on a sofa. And then she suddenly said that she feels she needs to end the relationship, that she strongly feels that she needs to be alone. And for me, that came completely out of the blue. I went to her, sat next to her, and when I looked into her eyes, I realized that it's not a discussion, that she has already decided. And what do you do in a situation like that? My first reaction was panic and shock. I felt all sorts of emotions, pain, hurt, feeling that this is not fair, rejection, loss, loneliness, feeling like a failure, anger. And my first thought was escaping this situation. Okay, you want to be alone, fine, I'm gone. But instead of actually acting out from all of these emotions, I sat in silence. And after a while, I went and brought a love letter I had written to her, but never given to her. And in this love letter, I expressed my unconditional love towards her. And I think I had never given this letter to her before because I wasn't sure. Am I actually capable of living up to these words? Or will they just remain beautiful words on a paper. But in this moment, in this situation, where I felt all the conditions crumbling down, then what still remained was love. And that's why then I felt that now I can actually read these words to her and mean it, because I truly felt it. And this situation, instead of being a big drama and suffering, actually turned out to be something beautiful. I was able to lovingly support her decision. I felt I was able to step into the next level of my greatness, and therefore I felt great. Of course, there was natural sadness as well, but it was not able to overshadow the love I felt. Aristotle has said, educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. And I think it's not actually about educating the heart, but connecting with the heart, and then the heart educates us. And I think this is one of the most important aspects to focus on. How to connect with your heart, how to connect with the better part of yourself, and then express, live from there, from that level. After this situation, I shared what happened to my friend who had also gone through a breakup, and he said, "You did it in 5 minutes what it took me 5 years to do." So, what's my secret? I am playing a game. And today I will introduce the game of life concept. We don't have time to go too much in depth in this, but you will get a basic overview and key ideas. And a short backstory as well. 10 years ago, I had this period in my life where I felt my life is the most exciting game ever. And I happened to see a talk about video games and virtual worlds and why games are so engaging. And I started to see many parallels with video games and with my own life. And then I started consciously mapping them down and looking for them. And started developing what I call the game of life concept. So let's begin. First, what is a game? Gaming academic and game designer Jesse Schell gives us the following definition. A game is a problem-solving activity approached with playful attitude. So basically every game in its essence, in its core, is a challenge, a problem, an obstacle, a difficulty. And players are tackling, trying to solve it, trying to figure it out. And when they approach it with playful attitude, then this is what turns overcoming of these challenges fun. Of course, this is very simplified explanation, but there is still a valid point. And to give a quick example as well, imagine a person playing hide and seek with his friend. Then one attitude could be in the situation that I don't know where my friend is, I don't see him, I cannot be with my friend, this is no fun, I'm all alone. But different attitude could be acknowledging that not knowing where my friend is is the point, like that is the point of the game, and approaching this challenge with playful attitude. Okay, is he here? No. Is he there? No. I don't know where he is, but I'm gonna find you. Exactly the same situation, different attitudes, different experiences. But the difference in the game of life is that the one we are seeking is ourselves. In the game of life, we are playing hide and seek with ourselves. And this is how the game starts. We are in the dark, in the unknown, not knowing who I am, what do I want in this life. Like a seed of a flower underground, in the dark, unrealized potential, and then starts to move towards the light, developing its unique characteristics to realize its full potential, fulfill its purpose. And in the game of life, it applies to us human beings as well. We have also this unrealized potential, and it is also our purpose to develop ourselves fully and then express this greatness in the world. So this is what is happening in the game. This is the challenge of the game. Trying to figure yourself out, collect these puzzle pieces, different information pieces about yourself. Who are you? And what happens in the end of the game? And why is it important? Let's take an example from Monopoly. If you know how the game is going to end, that the winner is the one who has the most money. If you know that, then you know what is important during the game, what to focus on during the game. So what happens in the end of the game of life? In the end, we all have created a story, our life's story, where each and every one of us is the lead character in their story. What this story is going to be about? What do you want this story to be about? What will be the meaning of this story? Will there be any meaning? And what determines the story, the development of the story, is the development of your character. And now I will share a few tools and perspectives that help us play this game. One is reframing identity. In video games, when you start to play the game, you are able to choose or pick a character, or you get the character. For example, Super Mario. I hope you all have at least heard about the game. Probably played it as well. And when you start to play this game, you have the character there, sitting, Super Mario, and then you start to play the game. But while you're playing it, you know that you are not actually Super Mario. And this perspective is applied in the game of life as well. The game starts, you get an avatar, a character, a person, but you are not the character. You are the one who controls it. The person, the word person, comes from Latin persona, meaning a mask. So it's not who you are, it's more like what you wear as a costume in order to participate in a play. And why is this perspective useful? It increases our awareness. It allows us to observe ourselves from a side. If we don't identify with the person, with our thoughts and emotions, then it helps us to remain more conscious about our decisions and actions. If we take things very personally, then it's easy that emotions, so to say, take over the control of our character, and we might do and behave in a way that we are not proud of. And if we take things very personally, we also start to take things seriously, and with seriousness we lose playfulness. And this is what I was practicing in this example I brought. When I had this drama situation, yes, there was Johannes who was feeling all of these emotions, having all of these thoughts, but at the same time I was observing myself from a side and looking at this situation just as a game situation. Okay, these are the cards on the table, this is what I have to play with, and this perspective helped me to remain conscious. I didn't take what she said, this situation, personally. And it helped me to make a conscious choice here, to be a conscious creator of this moment, the next moment, rather than reacting unconsciously. Another useful tool is reframing challenge. In the Estonian, the word challenge is väljakutse, which in English is a call-out, which is defined as an instance of being summoned. Like a call-out, like call out the troops or call out the backup. But what is being summoned? Challenge is a situation where the best part of you is summoned, called to be present. Challenge is an opportunity to step into the next level of your greatness. It is an opportunity to grow your character. And this is also what I was practicing in this situation, in this moment of silence. This is what I was doing. I was reframing the challenge, this situation. I was changing the feeling of this, I don't want this, into this can help me. Because I do want to develop my character. And if this situation can help me, then I have a reason to feel gratitude. It sounds funny to me as well, but this is what I was actually doing in this situation, in this moment of silence. I was trying to tap into the feeling of gratitude for this situation without knowing what is going to happen next, what I'm going to do next, but just relying on the principles of this game of life. I knew that this is the next step I can do, because I have practiced this in many situations before, so I knew the formula. And I can say it turned out pretty well. I was happy with my experience in this situation, how I was able to connect with the greater part of myself. Another thing is remembering the context, the bigger picture. the end of the game. And there are 3 questions that help us do this. How do I want to shape my character? How do I want to shape my story? And how do I want to shape the world? Because all of these things are going to happen anyway. It doesn't matter, do we think about it or not? Do we want it or not? Do we do it consciously or not? So if these processes are in the works and we are creating these things anyway, we might as well do it consciously. And I have asked these questions many times for myself and answered them many times for myself. I have notebooks filled with these answers, updating it as I learn something new about myself, my understanding of the world. And because I had created clarity with these questions, it was also easier for me in this situation to be connected with my underlying values and intentions in life, who I want to be as a man, who I want to be as a human being. And I also practice this in this situation. I ask myself, who do I choose to be in this moment? What kind of character I want to be in this game? And also my impact on the world. English poet Robert Browning has said, "Take away love, and our earth is a tomb." And it's not just a poetic expression, it's literal. It's the reality. Because we can see the results of our actions, behaviors that have been carried out where there's no love. We are literally creating graves for the nature, for species, for our own kind, for our own brothers and sisters. So in this situation, it wasn't only about me, it was about the world. What kind of world I want to create. And if I do not want to create the world of suffering, then that was the moment to practice it, to not to create suffering in myself. And all of these tools are meant to increase our awareness, to help us see the bigger picture, to get a bigger understanding and therefore be in a better position to make a judgment call, to make a decision in the moment. When I was preparing for this speech, I was thinking about many things, and I had a very heartwarming realization that in my childhood I had a fear about growing up, becoming an adult, because I had such a fun life as a child, but when I looked at grown-ups, then there weren't many cheerful, happy, excited faces. And I was afraid that I'm going to end up like them, that life is not going to be fun anymore. And if this Johannes could have seen my life right now, the things I do, why I do them, how I feel about them, how I feel about my life, about myself, then he would have thought, if I grow up, I would like to be like that man. And this realization that I have not failed myself, that I have become a role model for the child in me. It was so rewarding. It was so rewarding. And I see it's many thanks to the game I have been playing. And I wish I had a program like this, a subject like this, when I went to school. But now I am able to share this with others. The Game of Life program was used in one of the best schools in Estonia at the gymnasium level. I'm also working on adapting the program to make it fit basic school levels as well. And for preschool children, I have a book coming out that introduces this idea in a form of a fairy tale that can be read as a bedtime story. And I believe that this concept, this tool, these principles can also help parents and their children to grow together, to play together, to become the greatest versions of themselves. Now, ask yourself, who are you at your greatest? Who are we at our greatest? Becoming that is the journey for all of us. To express and experience our own greatness, our own magnificence, step by step, piece by piece, playing hide and seek with ourselves. For there is no greater joy than finding yourself, discovering who you are, realizing your potential, being able to express it in the world, and doing it for the fun of it, for the love of it. And this is the game I invite you all to play. I think fun, playfulness should be taken very seriously in life. So let's not just live our lives. Let's play it. Let's play it together, consciously, and with love. And I would like to end my speech by leaving you with this poem. The towers of light are standing tall again. They reach the sky, they point the way, showing us from the light we came. The glory that was lost will be regained. Our hearts will change. Our eyes will change. The stranger we saw will be no more. As a brother and sister, we will see the other. This is how we feel. This is how we greet. This is how we show respect to love, our mother. We are returning to homes and opening doors that were closed for long. But now we go on. And now we go on. Now we go beyond. Thank you.
As a young person, I'm really glad that we're right now starting talking about gamification implementation into our lives. So, no further ado, every day we're speaking how education is important into our future, into our lives, and most of us associate education as a school. We always associate that school is the pillar of our education system, our education, and how we remember our lives. So, is the school heart of the society? That is the main question, and that question will be answered by Darius Radkevičius, who is certified expert on international organization of theory of constraints and owner of consulting business and publishing house of Air Group in Lithuania, specializing in business books. Also, he is an author of 3 books on creativity. So, welcome applause to Darius.
Good morning to everyone. And thank you for invitation to provide this speech. Sorry for my Litglish. We here before Esglish, now we will switch to Litglish, but don't worry, everything will be written on slides. So I will ask possibility to share the slides. Can you switch on? Sorry for technical question, but can you allow me? Yes, I saw. So, sorry. Now I'm ready. 2 days ago, I did presentation for 8,000 teachers in Kazakhstan. I think is that the Kazakhstan is very, very interesting country where the teachers are really interested and involved in changes of education. I'm a father of 2 sons, oldest 32 years old and the youngest 9 years old. So I went through 2 decades on education. And what shocks me that in the 21st century, everything was changed. Only education stay the same. And I start to think, why? What happens? And one of my ideas was to travel around the world and to make interviews with education leaders, with not just only leaders who has ideas, but with leaders who implement something differently. So I did that interview and put on YouTube. If you will be interested, you can to see or to follow. So, and let's start. I want to share with you this historical overview, because up to me, in all centuries, we are thinking about the same things. And maybe 5 years ago, I read again Hermann Hesse, The Glass Bead Game, and I found that it's fantastical creation, which really is talking about the same problems, what we have now, what we had, and so on. And let's start from that. For like every great idea, it has no real beginning, right? It has always been at least the idea of it. There are hints of it in Pythagoras, for example, and then among Hellenistic Gnostic cycles and the late period of classical civilization. We find it equally among the ancient Chinese, then again in the several pinnacles of Arabic Moorish culture, and the path of its prehistoric leads on through scholasticism and humanism to the academies of mathematicians of the 17th and 18th centuries, and on the romantic philosophies and the ruins of Novalis' hallucinatory visions. The same eternal idea has underlined every moment of mind toward the ideal goal of Universitas Literarum, every Platonic academy, every league of an intellectual elite, every rapprochement between the exact and the more liberal disciplines, every effort toward reconciliation between science and art or science and religion. So this is not to say that we are going back, or I am going back, or that I am calling to turn back. I'm just sure that nature lives in cycles. So we live not in linear time of ideas, but in cyclical one. On the other hand, I want to lean on cause and effect. What we taught kids in the last 2 centuries that we got as a result today. Let's check it. Causality. If humanity has succeeded, the education system has to succeed. Education failing, no nation can succeed. The whole humanity will not see happiness. What we have now, we have a lot of problems with our ecology. Everything looks like we are in a huge crisis. Maybe that education system caused what we have today. I spent a lot of time in the Himalayas, and I met wonderful professor, Mr. Thakur Paudel. He was the first Minister of Education of Kingdom of Bhutan. And maybe you know that it's only one country who are going to the happiness, who are searching not economical path, but path of happiness. So it was very interesting, wonderful discussions with him. I did an interview, and you can see later. So historical overview, maybe you know this picture from internet, the beginning of schools, and at the end we have a nation at risk, American saying. But I can say that in every country, a nation at risk because we stuck with crisis in education. Maybe only education, like industry, it's some specific, because all industries, they went through revolutions or industry revolution. Only education stays the same like 200 years ago. Let's look at that. So let's start from 19th century, because it was industrial revolution, mechanization, urbanization, colonization. So that first industrial revolution with decades of industrialization had radically changed the nature of work, both in country and in the city. Finally, there was a widespread psychological change. People's confidence in their power to use resource, master nature, and structure their own future was heightened beyond anything known before. And this confidence on a national scale in the form of nationalism moved all groups to struggle of the freedom to direct their own affairs. Darwin's theory undermined religious certainty and the idea of human uniqueness. In particular, the notion that human beings were driven by the same impulses as lower animals proved to be difficult to reconcile with the idea of an ennobling spirituality. In art, we had romanticism, realism, and impressions. So architecture, revival of classical and Gothic styles, and other. So here we come, you can see architecture, romanticism, in art, in buildings, and what happens in schools. All these trends influences the progress of education. One of the most significant results was the gradual acceptance of the view that education ought to be the responsibility of the state. Schools were expected not only to promote literacy, mental discipline, and good moral character, but also to help prepare children for citizenship, for jobs, and for individual development and success. The theories of the Swiss reformer and idealistic dreamer Johann Heinrich Pestalozzi laid much of the foundation of modern elementary education. So we are going back and back to Johann Pestalozzi ideas when we are talking about modern schools. But mostly all modern schools, they're taking Pestalozzi's ideas how to teach. Because the foundation of this doctrine was that education should be organic, meaning that intellectual, moral, or physical education, on his words, development of head, heart, and body should be integrated, and that education should draw upon the faculties of self-power inherent in the human being. Education should be literally a drawing out of this self-power, a development of abilities through activity. The physical field by encouraging manual work and exercises, in the moral field by stimulating the habits of moral action, and in the intellectual field by eliciting the correct use of the senses in observing concrete things accurately and making judgments upon them. But word, ideas, practices, and morals have meaning only when related to concrete things. From this overarching principles, certain rules of thumbs for teaching methodology follow it. So what Pestalozzi said, that program should be child-centered, not subject-centered. Finally, intellectual, moral, and physical activities should be as one. But the ideas of the reformers were not widely disseminated. Mostly teaching methods remains oriented towards on strict discipline. A more sympathetic attitude toward children began to appear, just a little bit. As the number of pupils grew rapidly, individual methods of hearing recitation by children began to give way to group methods. The monitorial system, also called a Lancastrian system, became popular because the efforts to overcome the shortage of teachers during the quick expansion of education, it enabled one teacher to use all the children to act as monitors in teaching specific lessons to younger children in groups. So the problem was that education system grew too fast. Therefore, ideas of Pestalozzi was only for some specific schools it was fit, but all others, they use different approach, or let's call what we now calling classical approach. So we can see the schools architecture is the same romanticism, the kids sittings, and 20th century comes. People confidence with their power to use resources to exploit the nature has risen to unprecedented heights. People believe in science, and science almost destroyed faith in God. All nature must unilaterally serve man and only man. Nuclear power and space exploration and decolonization, digital revolution, cultural homogenization, globalizations, awareness of environment degradation, ecological extinction. So 20th century saw the largest transformation of the world order since the fall of Rome. Global total fertility rates, sea level rise, and ecological collapses increases, with a resulting competition for land and winning resource accelerated deforestation, water depletion, and the mass extinction of many of the world's species and decline in the population of others. Consequences which are now being dealt with. Machines were being utilized in all areas of production. So people, meaning for the first time in history, mankind was no longer constrained by how much it could produce, but rated by people's willingness to consume. In art, symbolism, modernism, postmodernism. Modernist architects believe that new technologies rendered old styles of building obsolete. Le Corbusier thought that buildings should function as machines for living in. Following this machine aesthetic, modernist designers typically rejected decorative motifs in design, preferring to emphasize the materials used and poor geometrical forms. So, one of most famous black square of Kazimir Malevich, Le Corbusier Dome, Inno House, and School of the Future in Vilnius. This, for me, it's very strange that this school has named Future School, Ateities Mokykla. The school of 20th century, new foundations. The three concerns that guided the development of 20th century education were the child, science, and society. The foundation for this trilogy were laid by so-called progressive education movements supporting child-centered education, scientific realistic education, and social reconstruction. Three main traits characterized progressive schools. Each school adopted an activity program. Each school operated on the assumption that education was something that should not be imposed upon the child from the outside, but should instead draw for the latent possibility from within the child. And each school believed in the democratic concept of individual worth. Society should be interpreted to the child through daily living in classroom, which acts as miniature society. Education leads to no final end. It is something continuous, a reconstruction of accumulated experience, which must be directed towards social efficiency. Education is life, not merely preparation for life. Tėvų. So it's again Pestalozzi ideas, but in new form. But against the various progressive lines in 20th century education, there were strong voices advocating older traditions. Those voices were particularly strong in 30s, 50s, and 80s and 90s. Therefore, most schools have become like factories, building factories, maintaining factories, living in factories, and everything was presented as the right way to a better life, which is based on the intensive exploitation of our mother nature. Okay, so what we did, we can see on our results what we have for today's life. So the future school in Vilnius in last autumn, you can see that a lot of obstacles to come in, and on the right corner you can see the jail in USA. So it's look like very similar, the school and the jail through architectural side. Inside of the school, the same like in 19th century, nothing changes. And let's look. Materialism has become an universal religion. Faith in science has replaced faith in God. Loneliness in the crowd has become universal. Spirituality has been deleted from schools' dictionaries. Nobody is talking about spirituality nowadays. Selfishness, depression, alcoholism are essential consequences and not a cause. Children gain knowledge, but become emotionally, morally, and spiritually very vulnerable. The goal of making money changed the goal of finding meaning. This is legacy of the 20th century. Written by an educator from God, Professor Paudel, in his book, My Green School. You can see him in a picture when he was visiting Vilnius 2 years ago. So what we have, deforestation, plastic garbage, and Chernobyl, of course, is one of symbols of 20th century, what we did with nature. So 21st century, the 21st century requires completely new people, creative and able to work collectively, not only individually, in order to solve the huge problems inherited from the ideas of unrestrained exploitation of nature and now facing the children of the 31st century in order to protect nature and so themselves. Greta Thunberg as Jenna, the arc leader of children, of kids revolution, let's say so. So art, metamodernism, a romantic reaction to our crisis-ridden time. You can see. So there is an urgent need to remedy the situation. The predominant unidimensional mentalistic approach to learning must be redeemed and expanded to accommodate the multiple dimensions of free learner's life. Invite the First Minister of Education of the Kingdom of Bhutan. We need to rethink what we teach, how we teach, and in what environment we teach. So methodology, tools, and architecture, it's interrelated elements. This school is in the Kingdom of Bhutan, nature, aesthetic, and kids. I will share this presentation with you. If you want, you can read. And the question is it possible to develop the aesthetic taste of children in box architecture or the love of the nature? I think it's impossible. We are continuously teaching kids in very bad environment, in environment which creates all the problems what we have for today life. So the tendency for 21st century schools is to build a nature island in the industrial or very urbanized territory. So here is a project from France. His kindergarten in Vietnam. So what new tendency is showing? We need to teach kids that nature and we are the one thing, that we are related with nature, and if we are if we are not caring nature, we are not caring ourselves. So the idea is to go back to the nature, to show kids what it is, the nature, because in our typical schools we do not have nature at all. And for me, it is tragedy that we build a new school in Vilnius and we put plastic oaks inside. It's a terrible thing to look for that. So France, the ideas of school, Montessori school in Colombia, Hiller Hanso Elementary School in Estonia. I like this sample very much because they destroy the old school, that box school, and they build totally new school with totally new possibilities. You can see what was the school and what they have now. I like this school too very much. It looks like Harry Potter school. It's again the sample from Estonia. They took the biggest palace in Estonia and they converted to the school. The Green School in Bali, fantastically built. In Denmark, New Iceland Bridge School. Kasteli School and Community Center in Finland. all that schools are open to society. All that schools they are inviting parents to be part of the schools. They are working hand on hand with parents and teachers and kids, everything intermixed. That is really heart of society. And this Finnish sample, it's fantastic sample because here is everything what you need. It's community center, it's you can see a theater, you can play different games, you can organize competitions. So fantastically built community center, like has no wallet of classrooms. That is. So school and community. What I learned from Kingdom of Bhutan, they did really big changes in the schools. They build the strategic plans. You can see everything outside, that the schools and community are working together because community problems or family problems, they are impacting schools, and school problems impacting families. So the question is how to build totally new approach, that the school is open heart, not school covered with walls, not schools which are closed from surroundings. So that is the question. How to build around the schools areas for games, because if you will think, if kids are playing around the school, we know where they are. We can build all needed security systems to protect them. Everything in one place, everything near the school. So why not to make school open spaces? Why not to think how to build a totally different kind of architecture for the schools? Because if we will continue teaching process in boxes, I don't think that we will achieve different results. So, and all new innovative learning approach, phenomenon-based learning or integrated learning. Again, we are going back to Pestalozzi's ideas, but in different forms. So new technologies allowing us to build totally new approaches for teaching our kids. The end of just the beginning. Like every great idea, it has no real beginnings and no real ending. I want to thank you for inviting me, and good luck for everyone in this long path of education.
Thank you very much for a very interesting point of view and for a very interesting presentation. And now I would like to ask you, give a huge round of applause to our partners, Vytautas Magnus University. So these guys are representing and they are supporting us. And also we have one more partner from Reflectus Group. What is Reflectus? It's an online platform developed by teachers, practitioners to facilitate, simplify, and automate reflective practice and feedback process between teachers and students. And today we have Director Andrius Kontrimavičius. Would you like to say a few words to all the participants? I should add that there would be possibility to talk with Andrius Kontrimavičius during the coffee break. So please, the stage is yours.
Hello, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here, to greet you here in Vilnius. I represent local startup, Reflectus, which born here in Vilnius. And we developed a special platform for teachers to reflect with their students and bring their reflective practice on daily teaching process. So, as a startup we born like 2 years ago, we developed a platform and we work with more than 50 schools in different locations. So, as a participants, we made a gift for you all for 1 year license to use the product free of charge. So during the coffee break, if you got any questions, we can discuss outside. Thank you very much.
And now let's unleash our creative talks in coffee break, and we are coming back at 11:45.
this shows? This shows that we are not from ourselves. Because if we would be from ourselves, made by ourselves, we would not experience the feeling of fear, of scare, or concern, because concern is the same. And the third one, it's omega point theory. It's a synthesis of two, creationism and Darwinism. It's a Jesuits philosophy, French philosophy, I guess, Teilhard de Chardin, who combines these two theories, and I will not stop here. What is the main feature of human being? Again, a lot of possibilities. Biology, stress, appearance. If you look like a human being, you are a human being. You belong to species of human being. Next one. Sociologists, let's be the first one. They're saying most important is environment. And this now is prevailing in the shape of social constructionism. It's not a correct word here, maybe for this auditorium. But I forget to mention that it's not danger here for charlatans, because I noticed that here is not a place for money. And this is the advantage of this conference. Okay, but let's back to sociologists. Social constructionism and American Psychological Association, for example, is following this theory. After Second World War, till Second World War, all philosophers, all psychologists, all educationalists said, nature is the most important of a human being, not environment, not nurturing, not learning, not education. But after Second World War, with some events which happens based on genetics, some like Holocaust, racism, and so on, science turned from science to science policy. And now we all know that science is a great tool for making policy. And this is a trap for ordinary human being, citizen. Psychologists stress, oh no, environment, yes, it's important. We don't deny that. But most important is thinking or reasoning, because just human being is able to think. Okay, educationalists say no. Thinking is not the most important feature of the human being, because thieves also are thinking, and sometimes better than even scientists. And this is a human being? No, we are saying you behave like a pig. Looking to the appearance of a human being, we are stating you are a pig. It's not very polite. But I hope in our life we at least meet such kind of situations, and we, at least in our thoughts, stated it. But so, what is the most important feature for education? Way of thinking, purpose of thinking, for what you are thinking. And this is very simple. Truth, goodness, and beauty. But what is truth? And here's a big problem. What is beauty? And here's a big problem. But nevertheless, the last one among other main features of human being could be distinguished Galen. And I will take stress today on presentation, if it will be enough time, of course, because I little bit was from 1 hour to 40 minutes, Lee's presentation. Arnold Galen, who said that Mengelwesen, human being, is a creature who lacks, who has a shortage. Because all another creature, like plants, animals, they are born, coming to this world, with already having everything to survive in this world. And human being, nothing. If we will put the human being here on the table, newborn, future Lord of the world, open the windows and the doors, after half an hour, the Lord of the world will be nothing. Disappeared. But we are getting one gift. Nobody knows from where it, because the question who we are remains the most important question for philosophy of education. It's intellect. Kant, pure reason, or creative disposition. We are born in this creative disposition to create. Why to create? We are born with such disposition because between us and nature is a gap. We can't take nothing directly from the nature to survive, like could do the cow, rabbit, wolf, getting smelling, speed or sharp tooth. A lot of things are getting different animals to survive. Human being is getting just one thing, intellect. But intellect is not intelligence. What is a bigger mistake in Lithuania and surrounding world? We are testing intellect, IQ. But we are reading intelligence test, not intellect. What is the difference between intellect and intelligence? I don't know in which place I hear it. Okay. Innate potentiality. It's Aristotle. Potentiality, law of potentiality and actuality. We are born in this potentiality, gift, intellect, which if will be developed, we will become a lord of world. But we need to develop it. And what is education for social constructionists or American Psychological Association? Organization of environment. Yes, what is education? Organization of environment. Previous presentation you saw about schools, how they organize infrastructure, architecture. But it's not the main thing for school. Teacher is the main thing. Who is a teacher? What they are doing here inside of these architectures, infrastructures, and so on. So we needed to develop this potentiality to actuality, which is intelligence. But we are born without intelligence. And behavioral genetics, what I want to pay more attention in this presentation, is saying, yes, education is organization of environment, but very important plus, according to the nature of the child, according to the nature of the human being. Not what I want to organize. And here is no contradiction, it's just complement to the social constructionist. Environment is very important. And research made in behavioral genetics, it's difference between, maybe it's important, yes, eliminate innate deficits. We are coming to this world with shortage, Galen. We are lacking creatures. And we need to eliminate this deficit. Where is the resources to eliminate this deficit in environment? But people are unique. As a species, we are the same. We have generic needs to think, to eat, to breathe, to drink, to play games, to find the truth. It's general. Everywhere here we have this need. But we have specific needs. Specific needs for food, specific. I guess it was here before. Vegetarians, not vegetarians, vegans. Air, water, activities. We like different activities. We like different food because we are unique. And here is just a summit or paramount of this ice, which the most important issue is behind the water. Okay. Intelligence is a tool, very good. School is a factory, let's say factory, where we are producing intelligence. What is the difference between intellect and intelligence? Religious people are talking about outside world or beyond, and this world. Yes? And we are saying after this we are going to another world. And many religious philosophers are stressing that if we will reject the beyond, we will lose our way in this world. I would a little bit convert it and would say, if we will reject our intellect, potentiality, uniqueness, we will lose our way in this world. Inside of us is two worlds. One world is very foggy. And in this fog, we are listening to the voice of intellect, which are telling a story about me. Because William James says very nice words about what is self. We are using a lot of words. Herself, himself, myself, yourself, ourself. What is self? Very simply, I tells a story about me. It's dialogue inside of us. I is not pointing for us about me, image, picture about us. Telling is a voice. And we hear this voice. But around is a lot of noise of this world which want to make to hear this voice very hardly. Because in this world is a lot of interests. And most important is money. Everything for money. Cherchez les femmes, second one. After money. And physiological needs is, of course, very important. We are lacking persons, but we also have psychological needs. Psychological need is to be authentical. What it means to be authentic? To live my life. What it means to live my life? It's a question for all the life of a human being. And it's very simple. Third question, who I am. During the life we are asking three questions. What it is? Cognitive question. How? It's trying to find a reason to know a truth. Human being want to know a truth. And the last one, most important, is who I am. Because from the answer to this question, who I am, belongs to answers to the most two important questions of our life. What I should be and with whom I should live. Occupation, profession, family. Intimate life. I could fly. I am a bird because I have wings. If not, I want to fly, but I can't because education in family, in school, in university do not grow up for me these things, which enable me to fly through the life. Because fly is a symbol of the freedom. Bird is a symbol of the freedom. And freedom is most important because when I am living authentic life, I feel free. If somebody is oppressing me and saying, no, you should live in such a way, but there's a question again, which way is correct? Right? And nobody can answer to this question except myself. But education should prepare myself to answer to this question. Adler said, not about superiority, he wrote, as his commentators are everywhere stressing, second psychology schools of Vienna, human being, his nature is directed to superiority, to be up to others. He said, no, completeness. Because when I am complete, I am higher than others. When I am completing myself. But genotype, genetic code, it's a very sophisticated mechanisms because they are all the time is changing. And our needs, what I need to get from environment is changing. Internally as well externally. Scientific progress. Interacting with environment. Interaction. Education is interaction. Teachers with children, parents with children, interaction. We need to create existential community. What means existential community? Opening myself to the children, my authenticity, but the children should also should open the door of his authenticity. And just when it's trust between these actors, we have interaction. It could happen education. If not, doors are closed. Attention is a gate to the soul of the children, of the human being. Attention. We need to attract attention. Attractors in environment is very important factors for education. Interaction could be natural, maturing, biological maturing, we are all maturing, and could be artificial education. So according to social constructionists, education is method. According to behavioral genetics, they're saying it's nature, because we should organize environment according to the nature of human being. And education is about nature of human being. Education is meta-research from all fields of the science, all achievements of the science in all fields which know humanity, taking the best and bringing it to the child. And this is accumulation according some kind of laws, because education should follow some kind of laws, how to accumulate this experience. What I said in concrete in according of the nature, yes? I don't know, where is the laser? I don't know. Genotype, it's maybe a new word. It's very important part of intellect is very important part of genotype. Because intellect is this potentiality, is this gift what we are getting from nature with our moment of born. It's direct ruling center. Direct ruling center which are able to identify deficits which we need. For example, very soon we will be very hungry and angry. And our mechanisms will start to seek smells or places where we could satisfy this deficit of hunger and to become complete physiologically, yes? But we are not just animals which are filling this bodily needs, biological needs, and they are happy. Human being is just beginning to find truth, most important thing for us. What is genotype? Unique genome of human being. Genome is what we have all because we belong to the human being species. Genotype is unique. How genotype comes to reality? I already said what is genome. Genotype also is composed from 23 pairs of chromosomes which are coming from mother with egg and spermatozoid from father in spermatozoid. 23 chromosomes. 22 autosomes is for our appearance, 23rd pair is for sex, our sex. Earthquake, haploids, producing of haploids, it's sexual maturity. When child already is able to produce new life. We are starting to produce haploids. But haploids is not the same like diploids. And they are not mechanically split during process of meiosis. It's a little bit, maybe not from education, and mitosis, but I don't know, maybe I skip it because it's too long. But most important, scientists make research about conception, yes. If it's fruitful, spermatozoid is reaching egg, but until this process of reaching happens, it's a big noise. Millions of spermatozoids are going to the egg to be the first. The best should be winner. And the noise, competition. When the first reach, silence. 3-5 days silence. They are trying to listen what is happening in a woman, this organism. After 3-5 days, the noise started again. But it's these 3-5 days, why is the silence? 23 chromosomes from father and mother is making a joining, but it's a myriad of possibilities how they will join these pairs. And this gives our uniqueness. We are unique because of that, and different because of that. And because of that, we need different needs. And because of that, we need different environments to complete ourselves and to live fruitful life. And here a structure determines the genetic code. Genetic code is internal program how we will develop. But this genetic code influences our behavior interacting with this environment. How we will take from an environment what we need. First of all, of course, we need to detect what we need. And this is the most important question. Who we are, what we need. And second question is method how to take from environment what will complete me and to say I am living my life. So education is about both. About nature, who I am, and about method. In Germany, in 5th grade class, they are starting lessons about Arbeit. What is Arbeit? Explaining for 10 years age children. Because if I will take from environment resources which I need, not in ethical way, the rest of people will look at me and say, hey, it's not a good person. Education is about work. How, in which way, how to take from environment what I need. But before answer to this question, I need to answer this, what I need. Because I, as a human being, I need the same as all, but as unique person, woman and male and female, they have different kind of, as well biological, physiological, and psychological differences in needs. This is an environment is specific attractors. Attractors who attract us. We feel a power of gravitation to somebody or to something. But different attractors attract us. And of course we have different power of gravitation. Some things is attracting us so powerfully that we can't imagine ourselves. Some things for us are not important. But for others, this not important things is very important. And what is important for us is not important what for me. For example, now you are taking from what I am telling for you, not everything what I am presenting to you here, but what is in need for you, what is interesting for you. What is interest is between internal and external. It's a bridge. What is inside of me and what is outside of me. And if we will reject the question who I am on this beyond in me, I will lose my way in this world. I will not develop such type of intelligence which respond to my intellect, type of intellect. We have 6 type of intellects. Gifts. General gift, we are getting intellect. 6, Gardner will say 8 types, it could differ. But nowadays science are focusing on mainly 6 type of intellect potentiality, according to which should be developed. But look at the educational system. Vocational education and general education. In general education, children are getting everything from all the fields. In vocational education is always a specialization. Why? Because our nature is different. Somebody of us is artistic, and we are going to artistic schools. Somebody of us are entrepreneurship, are going to the entrepreneurship school. Somebody engineers, somebody different vocational education. But 75%, it's the lowest. Young people are making wrong answer who they are and choosing not the right place of studies. And because of that, when I'm asking teachers in the school, how many gifted children you have in your school? Maybe somebody asked or somebody answered. How many? About percents we have gifted children in the school. What is the answer of the teachers? 10%, 5%, 15%, 15%. That's the maximum I have had. And I'm asking, the rest what? Let's go to the parents and say, 75%, 85% of children are ungifted. Yes, I'm finished. On the third way of my presentation. Okay, so I said everything what I could say. My efforts was sincere, but I didn't finish, didn't answer to the questions what I raised up in my presentation, at the beginning of my presentation. Thank you for inviting me, thank you for your attention, and for fruitful work for you in your conference.
Thank you very much. And we have a small gift, small souvenir for you. Okay, let's continue our work. And now, does European Parent Association wants to hear a lecture who involves around parents? So, we will be having amazing lecture presented by Lina Labžentienė, who is International Bachelor Coordinator at Vytautas Magnus Gymnasium and author of the first master thesis in Lithuania on obstacles of homeschooling in Lithuania. So she is going to give us a lecture, Creativity Exchange Parents to Parents Homeschooling Experience. So welcome to the floor. We're waiting for the microphone set. So let's welcome Lina Lavžentienė.
Hello. Hi there. Sveiki. Hello, everyone. Okay, so do you hear me clearly? Yes? Okay. So I'm going to use my papers because I'm not that confident speaking without it. So have you ever stood in a museum and kind of gazed upon the priceless painting and thought to yourself, oh, I wish I could do that? Or possibly our mind races upon hearing a classic music and we kind of think, such a genius wrote this kind of piece of music. No doubt that we all share a story of creative envy. And do we really need to be creative? So once again, my name is Lina. I'm mother of 3. I'm wife, I am teacher, and I am a homeschooling supporter because I had a little bit of experience of that, and I am not as creative as my own children. So I am here because I have brought experience, a message about creativity from parents who teach their children outside of the public or private school, who start the day with a new journey, not knowing what this day will bring. With lessons in nature, learning from the rich resources available in their community or even in their yard, and through interactions with other families of homeschooling. And this is the definition of homeschooling, which we often started to use from even this spring, when we kind of stuck at home and we had to create this little office for ourselves and a room for our children to learn and teach and learn. And we said, hello, homeschooling, because we had to experience that. So for Lithuania, it was the first year of legal homeschooling as an alternative way to educate own kids. So everyone from early spring, skeptics and supporters of homeschooling, kind of sat on the same boat and became creative teachers. So homeschooling websites and Facebook groups from Lithuania to Australia became the most popular websites and platforms to use for parents because they were trying to find creative tasks for children, sharing parenting and teaching experiences, and getting support. Because I had to be myself not a teacher, and also teacher for my kids, because I had to teach school kids and my kids as well, because the lessons were shorter, the kids had more free time than the usual. So today, these all groups in the world are joined by new members and remained very popular. So no matter what, children went back to school, those websites and platforms are very popular. So now I would like you to listen and find out what is creativity to homeschooling families. And when I decided to become a participant here, and when I prepared my thesis, I already had some connections with the world homeschooling organizations. So I kind of tried to pass this question to them. So listen, families, so what is creativity to you? And I was very happy that responded just not Lithuanians from many different countries, but the other country parents, homeschooling parents, wanted me to listen to their opinions. So I have brought a few of them, and I will cite them. Okay. For me, creativity is teaching much more compared to regular schools, just in a way less time and effort. This is Mom from Canada. We can drop everything and learn about what has caught our interest that particular day. We will make up the core lessons later, maybe in the evening or maybe tomorrow. But if we decide we want to forage for wild cherries and then learn how to make them into jam and jelly or juice, we do it. Creativity is letting our children experiment with words, colors, and thoughts, and act. We do not just speak with children. We act to express emotions, and we do that on a daily basis. Also, we explain stories in role plays. This is the family from the United States. To my children, it would be being able to learn the skills that fuel what they desire for themselves. My oldest has been learning to program because she has made a life goal to make a video game. Other kids haven't had this kind of experience, so they've been experiencing on a daily basis and reach those life goals. And this is the family from the United Kingdom. To me, creativity is thinking outside the box. When we come up with something new, this is what our family calls creativity. Whether it is solving the problem, whether it's deciding upon a new business venture and thinking outside the box, this is what we call creativity. And this is Mom from Pakistan. All day we learn, we let them sink into flavor of cinnamon and vanilla all day. And the kitchen is white in flour, but our kids experiment with food and they discover maths and chemistry in the kitchen. And this is that from France. Do not be afraid to make mistakes and look for creativity. Not only in books you can find it, but also in life sources. My kids and I learn lessons that matter. Our class is our yard, properly identifying trees and fruits, botany, and outdoor activities, learning how to exercise and learn about health. This is family from India. For my 5-year-old autistic daughter, I would say creativity in homeschooling when she decides to study grade 5 course and learn about leaves, photosynthesis, and call this year flower year. So the impression, what that was, those kind of experiences that I have presented to you, they were kind of that you have to understand if your kids go to a state school and you think, okay, how do you do that if you do that on a daily basis? But actually, the result is amazing, and we know that homeschooling kids are the most desirable school kids for many world universities. And learning is not happening on the base of me and my child, says Mom from Estonia. Actually, her explanation was like something. The third participant, life flow, which creates together with us. And then creativity starts from trusting and let it go with that flow. And let life right here on the spot provide me with a hint at very particular moment. Be aware what every blank day is going to bring. I connect with the life flow in the learning process and follow the focus. This mom presented the tree. She makes this kind of tree for every single school year with her kids. This tree, how she explains the roots. Roots are underground. Roots is the base where I, as a mom, have to be creative. What child needs, where the inner growth happens. I, as a mom, always look for food to feed inner growth. When the roots are strong, I can expect upper part of the tree to grow strong. Tree is my creativity. Branches, curriculum of that particular year that I want my child to learn. My mission is to make interesting curriculum for my child. Child is the little fruit on this tree, acorn. I have to make sure that that acorn has all right surrounding environment. It means knowledge. The child gets older, tree gets more branches with every year. So how he or she learns together. Because this is written in Estonian language, so we kind of talked, what are those things on the exactly in the root part? It's love, it's respect, it's learn how to listen, it's faith, it's even yoga, even creating songs and sing songs, such a spiritual, very, very interesting thing. Okay, so so I was very, very thankful to this mom. And here you go, we are in Lithuania. So Lithuanian parents say we are a small country and we have our own unique Lithuanian homeschooling experience. We need courage, we need support, because we are a minority and we are just 0.3% in Lithuania. Not everything is suitable for us from a foreign homeschooling experience. Parent groups with children in Lithuania gather together for integrated lessons and activities in different regions of Lithuania to share the creativity. Creativity, one mom says, it's children's education, husband, household, and my own life. This is what is creativity in homeschooling. The other mom says creativity is to encourage children's participation in decision-making, giving them the opportunity to make choices and make them be responsible for those choices. Encourage natural interest, and it means, for example, when a 7-year-old child wants to study Constitution, support the child's wish and go with it. Strict rules ruin creativity. This is what Lithuanian parents say. And here we see Molio vaikai. Those are kind of moments of homeschooling of one Lithuanian family. Not exactly, I kind of created this how the day looks, but pretty much some days look like that. They start early in the morning, maybe in the park, and in the afternoon they bake bread, and maybe in the evening they learn math. This is how they become creative, 100%. Now I would like to ask you to participate. In conclusion, I would like to ask you, why do we need to be creative? And I would love to see your answers so much. Here you go. Okay. Could you please scan the QR code and express your opinion? I would be very, very appreciated. So why do we need to be creative? Okay, to transport the correct information to our children, to be ready for innovations. Okay. Okay, thank you very much for the answers. To have fulfilling lives, to grow, to survive, to change the world. I like that. Oh, to make impossible day to possible. Oh, that's so amazing. Thank you so much. Those ideas are so awesome. And this is probably why do we need to be creative? And my opinion, just even when I see those, that's so mature to mine. And I said that to myself, why do I need to be creative? First of all, to help to reduce stress is number one. And number two, because it engages me a lot. Thank you so much for letting me be here on this stage and to spread this message. And thank you so much. And I wish you the best day. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. Bye-bye. That's so nice. Ačiū labai.
Okay, then one second, right? It's all good. So let's continue then. On our program, we have Creativity for Parents project, and it will be presented by Charles Krim, EPA Vice President, with Arya Krausenberg, EPA Project Coordinator. And what they say about this project is basically creativity, thinking skills is considered to be key competencies for 21st century. It allows us to remain flexible, capable of understanding and withstanding new things. And this project attempts to offer short, well-developed and scientifically tested creative thinking workshops, which can be implemented easily to parents, complied by innovative digital tools targeted at parents, which will enchant their creative thinking skills. So, to present the project, Charles and Arya, come here. Come.
All right, so we have given you a few words on the Creative Thinking for Parents project yesterday during the General Assembly, and we have promised you some more information today. So this is what Charles and I will present to you. Thank you very much to the moderator for already giving an overview of the main points of the project. And in order, I know we are the last activity before lunch, so we will start with a little activity to wake you all up in case you've been dozing away to sleep and waiting for the lunch. Yes, Charles, Can you maybe just start with the first activity so that we get you going creative? Can you open that slide with the first activity? Yeah, exactly. Next, yes, here you go. You have all gotten paper on your desk, right? Can you draw these 9 circles, please? Some of you might know this, but it's going to get difficult, so try the 9 circles. Now the first task is to relate all the circles by 5 straight lines without interrupting. 5 straight lines. You have to have all the circles, okay? So you connect all the 9 circles by 5 lines without interrupting, without taking your pencil or crayon or whatever you have off the paper. Are we there? Did we get that? Okay, very good. Now we make it a little more complicated. It's only 4 straight lines. So you have the same 9 circles, and you're only allowed to use 4 straight lines. I see people drawing with their hands. Yeah, this is how you get creative when you reflect on things. What could be a solution here? I see deep lines on some fronts. Okay, yeah, it's not so easy any longer, right? I mean, the 5 straight lines were really good. Now we're getting more complicated. Now you need creativity. You need to think out of the box. Okay? Get you going. All your children know how to do this, I can tell you. They have a lot less difficulty than us because we are so much in those boxes. Anybody? I can't see Claudio. Yes, very good. Okay. Now, one step further. Only 3 lines. This is the scientist from the university who says, wow. Victor, I heard you. Okay, the same 9 circles, and now you only have 3 straight lines. Please. Use your imagination. Get creative here. 3 straight lines without interrupting, but you have to have all the circles. I can't see. Johannes, can you bring it up here? Yes, exactly. It's a Z. Yeah? It's a Z that goes over all the, yeah? We'll show you a solution in a minute. Okay? Can we maybe go to, yes? Yes? There you go. Yeah, do you have the solutions? 5, 4, and 3. Okay? Okay, so, yeah, non, le prochain, on va So, what is next task? What is the difference between those two? Laima? Okay, it's turned, you mean? Okay, yeah. It's turned. Okay, so you have the horse and the frog, and actually they're the same picture, just turned over. That was an easy one. Yeah? I started with a more difficult one to get you going. So now we'll talk a little more about the project. See the whole thing? Yeah, okay. So, that was me, that was Charles, huh? I can't do these things. About creativity. So Charles, you will introduce the project outcomes.
Thank you. Thank you, Arya. That was a very fine presentation. As a matter of fact, we would like to talk shortly. We are short on time. Just to give you a general idea about the project, we have seven European partners working on developing this Creative Parents project. And the idea is nowadays the parents are committed fully to their children, so they are forgetting a little bit about themselves. So we need to bring the parents again into the framework of developing a triangular with school teachers, children and parents also, to have a full image of what could be really useful for our children by starting by ourselves. So the project outcomes, and I will give it straight to you before we would be short on time. The project outcomes, it would be a training program, an online app, and a parent's guide for creative thinking. We would be targeting as audience the parents of children at school, parents associations, training centers, decision makers, schools, NGOs, and municipalities. Okay, I will just read those few lines if you don't mind, because I think it's worth having a look deep into what is this commitment that we are having toward our children, and how can we deal ourselves with being a little bit more creative so we can transmit, because even if we're not aware, being creative parents ourselves will really affect our children's behavior, will transmit an attitude around us that we're not aware of it. And I'm not a psychologist and I won't go into details, but it looks like nowadays that the genes can be affected from our behavior, and that can be, it's got memory, and you can also transmit it to your children. Some stressed people will really affect their gene schemes, and they will transmit it to their children also. So the idea is to be creative in our way of thinking, of our way of living daily lives, in order to really make benefit our children at maximum abilities. So, to run through the lines, creative thinking is a project that deals with cognitive abilities and the benefit of keeping these abilities in perfect working order. When faced with difficulties and adversity, cognitive abilities drive our action and reactions, an attitude and skills that influence our genes and adapt them to the condition of our environment. These abilities are carried over to our children without direct action. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the educational world increased its awareness of the role of parents and the need to keep the intellectual capacity of parents in a state of readiness in order to ensure the educational relay. A major transition took place, bringing parents back into the educational triangular, which is school, children and parents. As parents association, as parent representative, And above all, as parents, we need to build on the potential of the creative parent to support and establish this triangular relationship in the long term of the well-being of our children. I think the message is clear. We need to start by ourselves in order to get the knowledge, the attitude, and the skills to our children. So, in order to have a little bit the feedback of parents, we had made an online survey, and we will share with you some results, and we would like to have your opinion about it. That was only a strategic way of classifying the information in order to keep focus on main targets. So, yeah, if you don't mind. Yes. As a matter of fact, the answers had been brought to us, 82% by women, 18% by men. Okay, the thing to really understand from those figures is that higher education people are much more aware of the necessity of bringing these creative skills to their children. And also, it's between 6 and 12 that the parents are the mostly engaged into this process. So they think this is the age where they can really affect their children. Before they think it's too early, and afterwards, after they think it would be too late to affect their children for such skills. Almost 1 person over 2 ignores the notion of creative thinking. That means that the subject is still a little bit mysterious for some parents, and we need to bring it to the front line so that parents can deal a little bit more with it. And creativity is a gift. Which sentence do you think is more accurate? Yeah. I think we can proceed. Okay. Neither agree. Yeah, I think we should a little, if you don't mind, Arya, we should a little bit go further for the web pages.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
No. Okay. Okay, here.
Okay. So we try to look for the most efficient way to get this information to parents, and it looks like the parents are getting most of their information from the websites, from the web pages. So this is where we decided to target our communication toward parents. We are developing a great deal of apps and information through internet, through web pages and websites.
Yeah, there will be a web app exactly as for the Media Literacy for Parents project that will be developed, and then we will hand out the information to you. And we think that that's a good tool because this is something that will also stay after the lifetime of the project. You know that very often Erasmus projects, unfortunately, once the term of the project is finished and the financing is finished, they stay out in the net, but they are not used any longer. But the web app, because it offers a lot of activities that you can do either by yourself or in your family or with your children or with your partner, maybe even. You can try that out with the rounds at home. Huh? So these activities can be done also a long time after the project. And what we are going to offer is the training program. So trainings will be developed and then can be rolled out in different countries in different languages. We invite you already now once the training program will be established, we will put it on our website, we will put it out in our social media. This is why it's so important that you either follow us on social media or you give us your social media addresses so that we can tag you. Once we have that material, we will keep you informed about the courses that are going on in different countries, either in presence, hopefully, but if not, we will do it online, because certain things can also be done online. Maybe it will also be a mixture, with all learning to do blended learning and hybrid events. So look out for that, because we have partners from very different countries. It will be translated into, it will be done in English, but we will have French, we have Greek.
Cyprus, but I think this is the same
Greek
language. Ireland, Polish, and Luxembourg, that would be in French.
Yes, Bulgarian, I think, no?
Not for this project.
Okay. Bulgarian, Romanian? No, but we have a...
Polish.
Polish, okay, all right, okay, sorry, yes. So there will be different languages available, and of course, I mean, the training material, once it is published, because it's a European project, the training material will be available for free, so you can take it and you can translate it into your language anywhere and everywhere. Yeah, so there's no license on it that you need to pay for. So it will be under a commons license. So you can use that material afterwards and translate it into, I don't know, Italian, for instance, Spanish, whatever. Yeah.
You're right about it. We have also a Bulgarian partner.
So, I think that was it for us. If you have any more questions, please stay tuned and look at the, I hope we have the website there. Do we have the website there? No, we don't. Okay. We will send out the website, and we also have a Facebook page. So you can follow us there. There you will be able to see the further development of the project, and you can also contact us if you have any questions. And I think we are almost in time for lunch.
Thank you very much. We can see how creative are our parents, especially with these curtains you could observe. So I think everybody liked it. So and now it's lunchtime. We are late for 10 minutes, but we will use 1 hour for lunch, and it is served at the same corridor. So please enjoy your meals. you have enjoyed your meals, and after the lunch we can continue our work. So let's move on beyond traditional norms. And now we'll talk about Beyond's project. Beyond is a project aims to work for better gender equality by investing in early childhood education and care. The limited resources available both in terms of pedagogical approaches and gender equality frameworks call for an urgent action to put gender equity and the core of the early years education curriculum, like the other human rights related contents. So now this project will be presented by Elena Odisseo, EPA Vice President and representative of Cyprus Parents Association, and Arya Krauchenberg. So the stage is yours.
Okay, let's go. So it's going to be there.
Yeah. It's already there. Thank you so much, Rita. Yes. So, you can take them off.
Oh, yeah.
It's just the two of us.
Correct.
So we hope that you have all had a nice lunch and that you're ready for the second round for this afternoon. And we are starting with another project of the European Parents Association, which is called Beyond, Building Equality from Early Years Through Training Opportunities for Educators and New Competencies to Deconstruct Gender Biases. So this is the very long title of the project. In short, we just call it Beyond. You will find it on the website, and we will show you the exact address at the end. Beyond Equality it will be called. So, the project in a nutshell.
So this is a 24 months project. It already started in November 2020. Under the Rights, Equality and Citizenship program of the European Commission. The project is for the development of competences we aim for the development of a competences framework for educators in the early years and of capacity building strategy. The project is promoted by 6 partners from Italy, Lithuania, Belgium, and Bulgaria, and and Cyprus is involved as well to the part of applying the tools in 2 schools in Cyprus. Strong multi-stakeholder approach, both in designing the action and in its planned implementation. The main aims of the project is achieving equal opportunities for girls and boys during the life course, overcoming stereotypes in adults in order to prevent children from adapting them, because the importance of the project is that most other similar projects are targeting in higher education or maybe in universities as well. But the most important thing is to start from the early years, and that's why this project is so important. And we all know that children of young age are ready to adapt anything that you give them. So each and every good policy or practice that you give them, they adapt it, and then they can spread it to their families and to their surroundings and everything. So giving also the basis to children to enable them to teach people in their surrounding about treating everybody equally. So we have already made some labs. We made labs with the teachers, and it was called the Tell Us Your Practice Labs. And from these, we found out that at least not only in Cyprus, but also in other European countries, the ministries of education, maybe they have it as a target, gender equality, maybe they have this as a target in the timesheet of the schools, but no specific guidelines or no material is given to the teachers. So it's up to each and every teacher to decide if they will implement such a program or how and for how long. So the general objectives of the program is to increase the awareness of early childhood education professionals and stakeholders of the unconscious bias affecting the interaction between boys and girls, accessing their skill gaps. So no boys and girls games, or boys can do this and girls cannot do this, so that we want all these things to be out of their minds. So to reinforce the capacity of early childhood educators and first years of primary school for ensuring continuity, to applying gender equality in daily routines and settings. So it's not just something that we learned, it's something that it has to continue throughout the education years. And to enable the early childhood educators community at large to remove gender bias by strengthening the awareness and competences of parents and families and future educators and other educational stakeholders.
All right, so the ultimate goal, as Elena has already pointed out, is to give equal opportunities to boys and girls. It's not about giving now a lot more preference to girls and to leave the boys behind, but to really reach equal opportunities for all of them. In this framework, APA's responsibility is the so-called Work Package 4 that deals with engagement, empowerment, and awareness raising. And there are 5 different parts of this engagement, multi-targeted engagement strategy, an awareness-raising campaign, engagement for potential and future educators. There will be workshops, awareness-raising for families, new contents on an FB crowdsourcing page, and also online groups, and also engagement for families, short videos done by trained educators. To explain some of these a bit more, the posters have been developed and they're currently under revision. We will show you the draft version in a minute. The Facebook page has already been created, so you can have a look at the Facebook page and also like it and follow it so that you can see what the project is developing. The website has been developed already, so this is targeted at the general public. Then for the parents, very specifically, there will be online groups in different countries on different social medias. You all know that some countries use more WhatsApp groups, others are more in favor of Facebook groups, others again, they use Telegram or Viber. So we leave it to each and every partner to choose the most adequate form that they would like to build that community, because it doesn't make any sense to create a Facebook group if people in their country are all on WhatsApp. Yeah? So that will be very individual for each country. And then the videos, they will be created by a specialist, obviously, as the posters that we will show you in a minute. We also target pre-service and in-service educators, and there will be workshops. The training material for these workshops will be developed by Lestu. Unfortunately, Inga Puisha from the Lithuanian Teachers Union, who was supposed to be here today with us, and present their part. She came back from Greece yesterday and texted me this morning saying that she was running a fever. I said, if you're running a fever, you stay home. Okay. We've been able to keep COVID out of this event so far. We don't want any risk, so if you don't know where the fever comes from, we really prefer you not to come. So I'm very sorry for that, but in times like these, you also had to change other speakers, so this is what has happened. So the posters are meant to be in the streets, but also at the different early childhood education settings. As I said, the Facebook page and the online groups, of course, are going to be in the digital space, as well as the website and the YouTube. And the workshops will hopefully be able to be in presence, but we foresee online and presential units just to be on the safe side. So here you have the draft posters that have been created. We are still working on that because there have been different comments that some of the text is maybe too small. So I let you judge for yourself whether you think that could be an adequate eye-opener, awareness-raising tool. If you have any comments on that, we're very happy to also receive your reaction to it, because it's targeted to parents. So whatever you give as an input now can still go into the drafts. So if you think that something should be changed, please write it down on a little piece of paper and give it to me afterwards, or send me an email or a WhatsApp or whatever, or to Elena, and we will forward that to the designer that is still working on this campaign. As Elena pointed out just before, it is especially about children that need to have, we were talking this morning a lot about the role models, yeah? To give them the role models saying, you can become anything that you really like, and it does not depend on whether you're a girl or a boy. You can, if you have an interest in something, you can really do everything.
And this is the idea behind the posters, actually.
Absolutely, that's the idea behind the posters, yeah? So this is the website. As you see, it's called Beyond Equality. And we will continue to update that website so that you can always find the newest information there. You can also find information on the different partners. Evidently, we have partners from different countries, so there will be different languages again, and you can use the material, like we said, for the creative parents or for any of the other projects that we are doing. And we invite you to really use that. We also have this Facebook page, where you can, this was our transnational meeting in Rome a couple of weeks ago, in presence with masks and all the security measures as you know them here. But we have been able to, we were supposed to create our idea of gender equity in Lego. Yeah, that was one of the workshops. So this is the result that you can, I don't know whether you can identify, but you can all go to Facebook and find it, so you can look at it. You can look at it there. So the next steps. Well, Inga was supposed to present that, so I take over here and tell you a little bit about what is being planned. The next step will be the short videos. So the designer of the poster will also do the drafts of the videos that will be shared with us and discussed and adapted. Training material for the workshops with educators will be prepared by the Lithuanian Teachers Union and translated in Bulgarian, Greek, Italian, and Lithuanian. And then the workshops will be organized in the partners' countries. Yeah? Of course, there will be a primary English version for everybody to take and to translate also in their languages if you think it fit for your context. I think that was it. Thank you very much indeed.
Just to add, I will say just to add that since this will be implemented in Cyprus, We have contacted the Gender Equality Commissioner of the Cyprus government, and we asked for her help to give the necessary, let's say, publicity to the project and to help us with whatever it takes so that we can indeed make a change on the subject. And she was very happy to know about the project and to help us on that. So thank you.
So, today we talked a lot about gifted children, and today I think we need to find out what exactly is gift of giftedness. So, what's the role of the parents on their children being gifted? So, this will be answered by our colleague, Inga Nekrosienė, Deputy Director of Department for Educational Support, the head of a EU-funded project, Recognition of the Abilities of Gifted Children and Development of their Giftedness in Education System. So Inga is prepared already. The floor is yours.
Okay. Hi everyone. Do you feel comfortable? I hope you do. After the lunch breakup, I think all the presentations should be as short as possible, right? So I will be trying to do it because we're running out of time, I think. But let me stop and pay your attention on one of the, well, to my opinion, most beautiful, interesting topics that we have here in the National Agency for Education in the Department of Educational Support. And this is the giftedness thing. What we do about it here in Lithuania, all of you do something about it in your countries, but what particularly are we talking about when we're talking about giftedness here in our country? So my name is Inga, and I'll lead you a bit to find out and to see a bit more as we see it here. So let me start for the very beginning with some funny pictures here. Let's look at this classroom. What do we see it here? Well, here's the teacher, right? An ordinary classroom. Here we see, I think, a very clever boy with the glasses in the very front row of the classroom. Here are some guys sleeping in the end. And here is a girl who doesn't understand anything the teacher is saying. Here's a girl who knows a bit, doesn't know something. And actually, as I'm looking, I see the same picture in the audience, right? Here's the guy with the glasses. And here are some girls on the left who I think are doing something else, and maybe there are some sleeping guys in the end. Hi, guys, don't sleep. So how can we know which one is gifted? How can we measure that? We all have a sense, but we do not actually know. Is that the one in the front? We tend to think so. Is that the one in the back who's sleeping, maybe dreaming something very interesting? It's very easy to skip, not to notice, but look what we have. Did you know that Winston Churchill had only seen school? And what he did, we all do know that, right? Steven Spielberg, we all respect the person. He failed 6th grade. Not a good academic result, right? We know John Lennon, who was described as the clown in the classroom, all the time was not the rule person. And Albert Einstein, we cite him a lot, and he was expelled, right? So how not to miss? That was the question, actually, which was raised some time ago by our psychologists, our teachers, and our parents, most importantly. What do we do about it, and what do we do not to skip and not to miss a thing? For us, as a very small country, because in Lithuania, if we lose noticing one person, we lose a lot. So the thing is that many psychologists, not only Austrian psychologists, state that there is a particular potential in each and every child. So we can easily say that every child has abilities, have giftedness, has a gift inside given by nature. But then here comes the science, and the psychologists ask for more. In what areas is a particular child gifted? At what levels, and when, where, how do they emerge? Because not always all the intellectual abilities are evident. And children with average abilities can also achieve a lot. So what we see in a mark book, what we see in the grades, what we see even in IQ tests do not always show that a particular child is gifted, right? Even IQ test does not show that. So how can we also look at this from the numbers? There are scientific researches in all Europe that give us one particular number. 40% of all the gifted children do not show their results and do not realize and implement their abilities in school. That means they do not differ in their achievement, they do not show it, they do not enter gifted children programs because no one sees them, and they are not properly encouraged and educated in educational system. And we, as a part of the educational system, we want every child to be seen and every child to be led as much as possible by his or her personal potential. And here we have to be together, and we brought many, how to say, bright minds into one place. Some psychologists, some scientists, some teachers, experts into the one project to work on these 6 types of gifted children, because all of them are different. I think you know, as a parents, as people who are very close to school, you do know that every child is different and every gifted child is also different. One of them is very successful. One of them is very autonomous leader, and it's very easy to recognize them. But sometimes when we have those difficult children that we do not see them so easily, they act challenging, they argue with teachers, they argue with parents, they drop out of school. Sometimes they are double labeled. I personally call them double special children when, for example, they do have ADHD or ASS syndrome, and they are also gifted on the other side, you know. And we have them in Lithuania too. You all do have them also. And these are the ones who will not show themselves so easily. And especially look at that type, let me see, the underground. These are especially teenage girls. They assimilate, they hide behind the back of other children because they do not want to be seen, because, you know, I can do more. It's a label. and I do not want me to be seen. I want to be silent. And sometimes it's even the reason why they have lower marks, because they do not want to have the highest ones. They do not want them to be seen. And so it sometimes can be misinterpreted. Sometimes it can be easily identified. But the sequence is as follows. In the educational system, and in this project I will be talking about shortly, we just want to have the tools to give for the teachers, for the parents, to recognize the children, to evaluate what type of the children we have. Do not label, by no means, but then when we have them, we want to lead them. And we want to offer some extra materials and some extra solutions for their education, in changing the learning process, in offering something different to work in class, so that they would not sleep in the very end, right? So here we started at the year of 2017, and we're still continuing running this project, and hopefully it will be still continuing, because to this day we have, well, to my mind, it's too little, too small number, how to say, 49 schools involved, but still they are already working with that. And we have worked in this project with students, over 5,000 students were involved, and teachers, over 2,000, as you see, and also psychologists are a very important part of the project, because they have to sit behind one table to talk the same way in order to make the result. And I'm sorry to show this map in Lithuanian, but you see this is 1 school, 2 schools, 3 schools, 4 schools. So these are all our schools in all the Lithuania, which are working on gifted programs, and which are involved as the partners. And I'm very glad, because it's almost all blue, you know. And I don't know who's for the first time here in Lithuania, if you would raise your hand. Oh, we have some, right? But I hope you do recognize this map and the borders. And also, just out of the topic, just for you to know and to notice that if we rotate the map a bit, Lithuania is a heart-formed country. It's a heart, right? So please bring it back to where you're from. And you see, Vilnius, as our capital, has the strongest, we put the strongest attention to, because we have very many children in here, also some other big cities. So our goal is to cover all our country. And not to be boring, this slide I think is boring for you. I just wanted to show where the parents come when we have to identify our children. This is our instrument. It consists of many things, like cattle fluid intelligence test with IQ score. This is the instrument that we have borrowed, how to say, bought the license from Germany, Holograph Institute. Also, we take numbers from our national student assessments. We take annual student achievement results of the student nomination. We have built the questionnaires, and as the part of the instrument which was already tested, we have the results of child aptitude ranking questionnaire. Am I here? Okay, okay. And here comes the parents part, because one of the questionnaires is for parents. So that's what I wanted to say for you today, that parents are also very crucial for us in identifying process. Some numbers we have from the tests. So from the psychologists, from the teachers, from the head teachers, and some results come from the parents. And the parents, while answering the questionnaires, it differs. For the little ones and for the more grown-up ones, have to answer these questions, just like whether his or her child talks fluently, whether he or her has wide interests, vivid imagination, learns new things quickly, likes intellectual activity, likes sharing his or her knowledge, etc., etc., etc. All of that can be measured by numbers, and it's in the approved questionnaire, and parents take a part in that. And when all these results and numbers come, the psychologists of school or psychologists of pedagogical psychological service, they calculate the final result, and then we can see that in Lithuania, after our I think I have problems. After our research, which was made in several years ago, we have the same numbers as in all Europe does. We calculate in Lithuania approximately 2% of children who we can call the gifted ones, the most potential ones, and we have the 25%, we call them high learning potential children who can do a lot, but not always they do it. So our target group is this 25% plus 2 that we want to work, and we still continue working in the classrooms. So the second step, when we have the recognition part finished and we have the results, we do not let those children run away, how to say. We have special materials, we call it special modules, that have been also created together with the psychologists and the teachers, and that differ from a basic program on such spheres as maths, Lithuanian language, and also physics, chemistry, and biology. So we offer different materials which focus on critical thinking, unusual solutions, creative thinking. Children get to work on that too. And all of this set that we have created during the project is in our website. Of course, it's in Lithuanian language, but if you will get the slides, I think you could look at it by clicking closer. And you'll see it's very comfortable for the parents to see also, for the teachers to use, because it goes with the answers for the teachers, it goes with the examples, it goes with the video material, and so on and so forth. So, and we're still in the process, and still this is a national project, but maybe it will be a bit different some time ago. So some time in the future, I mean. So just to finish, because I promised to be as short as possible. When we work on this topic, we always have very many questions. But what we can say as a team, because I'm speaking for all of our team who is already 5th year on this, that giftedness, all of us are gifted, all our children are gifted, but giftedness is really a hard task to carry and a hard task to do if you have a lot of it, if you have a lot of potential. So we have to be careful, and we have to embrace our children who are a bit different in that sphere. And we, as parents, you and I, and all of us as parents, we have to be creative by not to skip, not to miss. I would love if all the parents would support the programs which come, because they are really effective and they give different views for the children, and not to label, trying. I'm so, so strict here by writing, do not label children. Try to avoid doing that, because it's always pushy. It pushes children, whether he or she is on one side or another. And, of course, let our children be the way they are. Let them learn the way they can. Help them all together, because you will never seek for the good result being one. So be together with the schools, be together as parents, and let them fly and embrace their flight. Thank you very much. And for any questions, doubts, or willingness to join, maybe, here are my contacts, and please, you're welcome to speak on this question sometime in the future. So I hope you had a good time here with me, and you had a bit of an impression where we're at. So thank you, and bye for now.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I want to thank my colleague Inga for this brilliant presentation. I'm very proud working with you together. And now, art and education, game and education. This is the new way to talk and communicate with children, from whom we can learn more than from Andrius Žebrauskas, a well-known actor, lecturer, and coach. He is the first teacher of theater improvisation in Lithuania. For 2 years, carried out the project improvisation model, development of communication, self-expression, and creative skills of school community members, which was recognized as the best project. I think we can applaud. So he is going to teach us about Godopoko method and game, how parents discover common language with children by improvising, how not to be afraid to express what you feel and listen to the feelings of the other. So welcome to the stage.
Hello. Okay, hello again. How it was yesterday evening? I went a little bit earlier. It's okay? Good. The night? We're sleeping or feasting? Somebody sleeps, somebody celebrates. Okay, I want to start from the question. What kind of person is to whom communicate is a fun or pleasure? Pleasure to communicate. To whom? What traits he or she has? Positive. More. Openness. Friendly. I don't need it. Friendly. More. Curious. Yes. Respectful, we can continue, but in my teachings there are three values and three traits. It's curious, open, and playful. Yes, it's curiosity, openness, and playfulness. In curiosity, there are a lot of energy. Like children, they are curious. Their eyes are bright, and they are curious. They are energetic, and open, and playful. And we grown-ups, we forget a little bit those sometimes. And if we lose curiosity, that's disaster. You begin to get older and older. And when we communicate to child, what we see. Just I communicate with the people, with a human being, or with a child, for example, or colleague, parent. What we see. What we see factually. We see appearance, yes. We see clothes, we see eye, we see shapes. What? Eyes, shape. You know, what we hear. Voice, intonation of voice, yes, how voice is loud, silent, and see, hear, see movement, see mimic, and so on. And it is a top of an iceberg. We see less than we don't see. What we don't see, beneath the water, iceberg water, what we see. What we don't see, what? Emotions, yes, feelings, emotions, thoughts, yes, feeling, emotion, thoughts, background, internal pictures, internal voices, and so on and so on. What? Childhood. Childhood is compared of pictures of feelings of reminders. We can't see their dreams also. So when we communicate it, it's good to know better that underwater of the child, and in that case we need to create mutual trust. Yes, if there are no mutual trust, the child won't tell you what he feels and what he thoughts. He has to be safe to open that what is not seen. And my game and my method is about that, how to, in playful way, to know more about other human being underwater iceberg part. And in this game, we have two players. There are Godot and Poco. The game name is Godot Poco. Two players. One is Godot. He starts conversation with some goal. The situation, the roles, and conversation is on the cards. I will show you later. And other person is Poco. He has no goal, but he has task. And his task is, just a moment. He keeps the horn, and his task is to press his horn when emotion arises in him. Just little emotion, pleasant or unpleasant, doesn't matter. The conversation is improvised, but when he stops, the sound is not very pleasant, like this. After this beep, the conversation stops, and Godot, that who starts conversation, asks why. And then Poco says, after the pause, says what stimuli was and his feelings, like when you say that or that, when you did that or that, I felt this emotion. And emotions are on the list because we grown-ups, we don't know very well our emotions, and children's also not. So that emotion, that disturbance which arises in your body, then you have, after beep, a very good pause to feel it, and to find on the list how you can name it. And when you finally say, name it, and that feedback. And then Godot says thank you for the feedback, and Poco says thank you because he was listened. Somebody listened to him. And then conversation continues from that point where it was stopped. About 5 minutes, you decide how long it will go. Then discussion, and afterwards they change roles. For example, father and son was father and son, then they change roles and continue playing if the goal is not reached. If goal reached, they can play it from the start or take another situation. Now I need one volunteer to demonstrate how it works. Who can help me? Oh, okay, s'il vous plaît. Maybe we can go up, yeah, up on the stage. Do we have another mic? Another mic? Yes. Okay. So. Two chairs. I'll bring you. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So it's carved like that. The situation. Participants roles: the father. Godo Poco, me.
So you are Poco and I am Godo.
Yeah. I have a horn. I'm father and I'm Poco, and you are daughter. You are Godo. You have a goal, and your situation is the daughter wants to get a tattoo in which her favorite artist's portrait will be depicted. Yeah, you want to make a tattoo. And the goal is to get the father's permission to make that tattoo. It's clear. Yeah?
Okay.
Yeah, and
maybe, but not with my favorite artist portrait. But
okay,
never mind.
Okay, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. So I press the horn if just a little something appears, and I will bring emotions too.